Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the quiet hills beyond Hogsmeade, where the wind whispered secrets to the trees, and the stars twinkled like old friends watching from afar, Hogwarts stood once more in peace. A year had passed since the great battle that had torn through its stone halls, and those scars remained, both seen and unseen. The castle breathed again with life and learning. It was late autumn. Crimson leaves danced across the grounds, and the black lake rippled in the moonlight like molten silver. In the great hall, the floating candles burned low, casting flickering shadows over laughing students and steaming platters of food. Laughter rang louder now than it had in many years, and the ghosts drifted contentedly through the corridors, less burdened by sorrow. But all was not well beneath this surface. That evening, as the wind howled through the forbidden forest and the sky churned with clouds, a girl named Bryony Whitethorn, Ravenclaw, second year, stood outside the potions classroom, confused and frightened. She didn't remember how she'd got there. Her satchel was missing. Her wand was not in her robe. Her eyes darted around the dim corridor, lit only by the torchlight flickering from iron brackets on the walls. It was in the library, she murmured to herself, but the words sounded like a guess, not a memory. When Professor McGonagall found her, trembling and pale, Bryony could not recall her own name. A week later, in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter stood before a cluttered desk, scanning the parchment in his hands with furrowed brows. He was taller now, his face older, sharper, not the boy who had once slept beneath stairs. His aura robes bore the golden crest of a trainee, though none questioned his instincts. Kingsley Shacklebolt, now Minister for Magic, had sent the report to Harry personally. Multiple cases of memory loss reported at Hogwarts. Unexplained cause. No sign of obliviation or external hex. Symptoms: disorientation, temporary amnesia, confusion. One student unable to recall their name for 2 days. Harry looked up as Ron Weasley leaned over his shoulder, munching on a sugar quill. "That's the third one this month," Ron said, frowning. "All at Hogwarts. Think it's something in the water?" "I doubt it," Harry replied. "There's something off. The spells they tested for came back negative. No signs of known memory charms." Hermione entered the room then, robes fluttering, a stack of reports in her arms. "I checked the hospital wing logs," she said without preamble. "It's not just students. Madame Pomfrey mentioned a house elf who forgot his way back to the kitchens, and a suit of armor that suddenly attacked a first year for no reason. They think it was confused." Harry tapped the parchment. "I think it's time we went back." The train ride to Hogwarts was both familiar and strange. The same rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks, the soft fog that streaked across the windows, and the far-off silhouette of the castle rising through the mist. But gone were the laughter-filled compartments of students. The trio rode alone, older now, no longer schoolchildren but something between warriors and healers. The headmistress welcomed them with a tight nod and tired eyes. "It's happened 6 times, McGonagall said gravely as they entered her office. "Always near the dungeons, always Sutton. I've posted extra staff on patrol, but the magic behind this, it's subtle, old, slippery if you understand my meaning." Harry did. magic that moved like shadow through water, magic you couldn't grab, only follow. Hermione had brought a case of potions and books, of course, and began setting up in an unused classroom. Ron grumbled about sleeping in the castle again. Why is it always dungeons with evil stuff? Can't dark wizards ever hide in the astronomy tower for once? But even he grew serious when they ventured into the lower levels that night. The dungeons were darker than Harry remembered. The torchlight didn't seem to touch the walls, and the air was wrong. It tasted stale, like breath held too long. It was in the farthest corridor, behind a forgotten tapestry of a dancing basilisk, that they found the first clue. A stone door. Old. Not Slytherin's chamber, but something else. Unmarked, sealed with no visible lock. Hermione traced the edge with her wand. This magic hasn't been used in centuries. The enchantment is woven through the stone itself. Ron peered closer. Looks like someone opened it recently, though. Indeed, there were fresh scuff marks on the stone floor, boot prints leading in, but none coming out. Harry drew his wand, lightning fast. Something's inside. With a whisper of spells and a shimmer of unraveling wards, the door creaked open. Darkness pooled within. A chamber, low and wide, with walls of greenish stone, and a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. Shelves lined the walls, crumbling with age, and in the center stood a massive cauldron, black as night and silent as a tomb. Ron sniffed the air. Smells like burnt mint and old socks. Hermione moved forward cautiously, examining the runes etched into the floor around the cauldron. "This isn't a regular potion," she whispered. It's designed to affect memory, but not like a draught of peace or a forgetfulness potion. This is older, strong." Harry approached the cauldron. A thin wisp of green vapor curled from its lip, and when he leaned closer, his mind suddenly blanked. For a moment, he forgot where he was. He forgot why he was there. He forgot his own name. He staggered back, gasping, and Ron caught him. "Harry, I'm fine," he breathed. "But it touched me. Just a little. That's what it's doing. It doesn't need to be drunk. It spreads through the air." Hermione's eyes were wide with horror. "This potion is active. Someone is brewing it now." A sudden noise, a scrape of movement from the shadows, made all three wands snap up in unison. But the chamber was empty, or so it seemed. The shadows shifted again, a flicker of something moving just out of sight. The trio edged backward toward the door, and as they stepped out into the corridor, the stone creaked shut behind them, sealing with a hiss. The cauldron still simmered inside, and something, was watching. The next morning dawned gray and drizzling. The skies over Hogwarts thick with brooding clouds that clung to the turrets like heavy cloaks. The rain tapped against the high windows of the castle in a slow, persistent rhythm, as if trying to whisper warnings to those within. Down in the great hall, the mood among the students was subdued. Whispers drifted like smoke between house tables, and eyes flitted nervously toward the staff table, where Professor McGonagall sat stiffly, her lips pressed into a line. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at a small table just outside the staff chamber, poring over books Hermione had retrieved from the restricted section. Most of the tomes were brittle with age, their bindings cracked, the ink faded, but within them were names and spells long forgotten. None of them spoke for several minutes, the silence filled only by the soft rustling of pages and the distant murmur of students beyond the door. "This is the closest I've found," Hermione said at last, sliding a thick volume toward Harry. "It mentions a substance called lethebrew. It was used centuries ago in rituals to erase collective memory. Whole villages would forget wars, disasters, even the names of their ancestors. But the potion wasn't meant for use on individuals. It's dangerous. It lingers in the air and seeps into minds, especially in enclosed places." Harry frowned, his eyes scanning the curling script on the page. If this is what's in that cauldron, then it explains what happened to Bryony and the others. But why here? And who would want people to forget? Ron tapped a finger against the page. Could it be some leftover trap? Something from the Founder's time? You know who wasn't the only one with an unhealthy fascination for secret rooms. Hermione shook her head. The warding around the chamber is too recent. Someone's been maintaining it. That potion wouldn't stay active for centuries unless it was deliberately kept alive. Harry sat back in his chair, the muscles in his jaw tight. So, someone's been coming and going through that door, brewing this potion, letting it spread. But why? Asked Ron. What do they want people to forget? Seems a lot of effort to go to just to make a few students confused. Hermione looked down at her notes, then back up, her voice low. What if it's not just random? What if there's a pattern to who's affected? They spent the rest of the morning in the library, combing through the records Madame Pince grudgingly allowed them to see. With the help of Professor Flitwick, who seemed rather delighted to have the trio back, they began piecing together the names of every student, staff member, and creature who had experienced memory loss over the last 2 months. The pattern emerged slowly but unmistakably. Each person who had suffered an episode had spent time, however briefly, near the old Slytherin dormitories. And more curiously still, every single one had a connection, however distant, to the events of the final battle against Voldemort. Bryony's older brother had been part of the student resistance. The house elf had once helped Neville smuggle food to the Room of Requirement. The suit of armor had stood watch during the siege. They're not just random victims, Hermione murmured. They're witnesses? Witnesses to what? Ron asked. The war? Harry's face darkened. To Voldemort. To what really happened. If someone wanted to rewrite history, this would be the place to start. Right here, where the truth still lives. Later that day, they returned to the dungeons with careful preparation. Hermione carried a satchel of protective enchantments and vials of restorative draughts. Ron had donned dragonhide gloves, muttering that if he had to punch a memory-stealing ghost, he wanted it to feel it. Harry led the way, his wand at the ready, every step deliberate. The stone door stood exactly as before, unmoving and silent. But this time, Harry noticed a faint shimmer in the air around it, like heat rising from summer pavement, though the air was bitter cold. There's a glamour, Hermione whispered. It's hiding something. A quick, revealing charm peeled the illusion away like mist. Behind it, carved faintly into the lintel above the door, were words in Latin, weathered nearly to illegibility. Ron squinted. What does it say? Hermione translated slowly. To forget is to be free. Lethe runs deeper than blood. They exchanged a glance. Hermione's hand trembled slightly as she raised her wand again. Whatever's inside, someone wants us to believe it's mercy. The door opened with a low groan, revealing the same chamber as before, but colder now, as if the shadows themselves had thickened. The cauldron still stood in the center, bubbling faintly, and this time they were not alone. A figure stood by the cauldron, tall and thin, cloaked in robes the color of dust and bone. His face was concealed by a hood, but as the trio entered, he turned slowly to face them. "You should not have come," the man said, his voice dry and distant, like parchment flaking to ash. Harry raised his wand. "Who are you? What are you doing in Hogwarts?" "I am the Keeper of Silence," the man said, "and I guard the mercy the world has forgotten." Hermione stepped forward. "You're brewing a forbidden potion, Lethe brew. This is ancient magic, dangerous and illegal. People are being harmed. They are being healed," the man said, not raising his voice. "Do you not see? Memory is pain. Memory is vengeance. What you call history is a chain of grief. I break that chain." Ron narrowed his eyes. "So what? You just make people forget everything you don't like? Rewrite the past to suit yourself?" The man moved around the cauldron, his steps silent. "I remove the poison. I cleanse the minds that carry darkness. If we forget war, war loses its roots. If we forget evil, evil has no seed. I do what your kind never had the strength to do." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "We remember so it doesn't happen again." The man lifted a hand, and for a moment the chamber darkened. The potion in the cauldron flared, casting a green glow that shimmered across the walls like waves on water. "I offer peace," the man said, "and you call it treason." Suddenly the air pulsed, and Harry staggered. His mind blurred, a wave of forgetfulness sweeping over him like cold water. He saw faces. Dumbledore, Sirius, his parents, flickering like candles in a storm. Hermione gasped and dropped to one knee. Ron let out a groan, clutching his temple. "No." Harry forced the word out, teeth clenched. "We don't forget. We fight." With effort, he reached into his cloak and hurled a small vial across the chamber. It shattered at the base of the cauldron, and the potion hissed violently, a plume of smoke rising with a scream like tearing parchment. The chamber shook. The hooded man recoiled, his form wavering. For the briefest moment, his face was visible, young, pale, with eyes too old for their years. Then he vanished into the smoke. The cauldron cracked, a jagged line running down its side. The potion within began to leak across the floor, vanishing into runes carved into the stone. Hermione stood, coughing. "It's a memory siphon. The potion's being stored somewhere. He's not just erasing memory. He's collecting it." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Then we're going to find out where he's taking it." They turned and fled the chamber, the stone door sealing behind them once more. But something had changed. The air in the dungeon felt heavier now, as if the castle itself remembered what had just happened. And in the silence behind them, deep beneath Hogwarts, the shattered cauldron continued to whisper in the days that followed their encounter in the dungeons. The atmosphere within Hogwarts shifted. Though no more incidents of memory loss were reported, there was an unease that settled like frost across the castle. The portraits whispered nervously among themselves. The ghosts lingered longer in the corridors, and the staircases began to misbehave with greater frequency, as though disturbed by the shadows that now stirred in the depths below. Harry, Ron, and Hermione kept mostly to the lower floors, retracing the path that had led them to the cauldron, searching for clues the strange figure, the so-called Keeper of Silence, might have left behind. They examined every tapestry, every hidden passage, and every stretch of stone wall within 10 paces of the sealed chamber. The door, despite their efforts, would not open again. Whatever enchantment had yielded the first time now remained stubbornly dormant, as though the chamber itself had gone to sleep. Hermione spent long hours in the library, poring over obscure texts from the Department of Mysteries that she had been granted special access to. Ron spent his time cross-referencing the names of vanished or imprisoned Death Eaters, determined to discover the identity of the man behind the hood. And Harry, increasingly restless, wandered the grounds at dusk, hoping that some instinct would guide him, as it so often had before. It was on one such evening, as the wind rustled through the tall grass near the edge of the forbidden forest, that he heard it. A voice, faint and wavering, carried on the breeze. "Thable, remember? They've all forgotten." Harry froze. He turned towards the trees, his hand closing around his wand. "Who's there?" he called out. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees. It was a centaur, tall and silver-manned, his eyes sorrowful and distant. "Firenze," Harry breathed, lowering his wand slightly. The centaur approached with slow, deliberate steps. His coat was flecked with mud, and his eyes held the weariness of one who had gazed too long at futures he could not change. "Harry Potter," Firenze said softly, "I have been watching the skies. They are restless." "There's something in the castle," Harry said. "Something dangerous. We think it's a potion. A memory spell of some kind." Firenze nodded gravely. The stars spoke of a shadow with no name, a silence that devours. "What you face is not new, nor easily undone." Harry looked sharply at him. "Do you know who he is, the man in the chamber?" Firenze closed his eyes. "There are legends among the centaurs of a wizard who sought to cleanse the world by erasing pain. He believed history was the root of conflict, that memory itself was the true curse of mankind. They called him the Ashborn." "I've never heard of him," Harry said. "You would not," Firenze replied. "He vanished before your birth. He was no follower of Voldemort, but a creature of his own madness. He believed the Dark Lord was a symptom, not a cause, that all evil sprang from remembrance." Harry's thoughts swirled. "So, he's not trying to help anyone. He's trying to rewrite the world, but is trying to erase it," Firenze said. "And in doing so, he will unmake more than pain." Harry returned to the castle deep in thought. He found Ron and Hermione still at work in the unused classroom they had commandeered. Maps, books, and notes littered the tables, and a charm flickered above them, displaying the layout of the dungeons in shifting silver lines. "I spoke with Firenze," Harry said without preamble. "The man in the chamber, he may be someone called the Ashborn, a kind of rogue philosopher who thinks memory is the root of all suffering. He's not just erasing personal memories. He's trying to cleanse history itself." Hermione looked up sharply. "That would explain the runes. They weren't just drawing magic from the potion, they were preserving it, like storing it somewhere." Ron scowled. "But where? We've checked every corner of the dungeons. There's nowhere left to look." Hermione frowned, then turned slowly toward the map. "Not necessarily. There's a space here." She pointed at a narrow strip of wall behind the old potions classroom. "It doesn't connect to any known passage, but the mapping charm flickers every time it scans this section." Harry stepped closer. "Could be a hidden chamber, something not on the Marauders' map or even the castle's original blueprints. Only one way to find out. Ron said, cracking his knuckles. The next evening, under the cover of night, they crept through the corridors once more, their wands lit low and muffling charms cast on their boots. They paused outside the section of wall Hermione had identified. To the casual eye, it was no more than bare stone, cold and blank. But as Hermione whispered a revealing incantation, glowing lines began to emerge, an arch traced in ancient runes and a faint shimmer like moonlight on glass. "Looks like a concealment spell tied to blood magic," Hermione murmured. "That's dark stuff." Harry stepped forward and pressed his palm to the center of the arch. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the wall melted away with a sigh, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward into darkness. They descended carefully, the steps slick with moisture and worn from centuries of neglect. The air grew colder with each turn, until at last they emerged into a vast cavern beneath the castle, lit by a pale blue glow. It was unlike any place they had seen within Hogwarts. The walls were of smooth obsidian, etched with patterns that seemed to writhe and shift when not directly looked at. In the center of the room stood a great basin, wide as a cartwheel, filled not with water, but with memory, shimmering silver threads that swirled like smoke beneath the surface. "A pensieve," Harry whispered, "but enormous." Hermione approached cautiously. "It's not just storing memories, it's feeding on them." Harry glanced at the far wall, where hundreds, perhaps thousands of glass vials rested in neat rows, each one glowing faintly. Ron picked one up and held it to the light. "These are people's memories, all of them. They've been stolen," Hermione said, "drained directly from their minds." Harry's stomach turned. "We have to destroy it, all of it." But even as he said the words, a low hum filled the air. The shadows coalesced at the far end of the chamber, forming once again into the cloaked figure of the Ashbourne. "You see it now," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally through the cavern. "A world without scars, a history without pain. Why fight for chains when you could be free?" Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. "We're not free if we forget who we are. We're just lost." The Ashbourne raised his hand, and the cavern trembled. The silver in the basin surged upward like a tidal wave, and the room exploded into blinding light. The light struck them like a physical blow. It was not the searing heat of flame or the chill of an icy hex, but a wave of sensation that pulsed directly through their minds, wrenching loose thoughts like leaves in a storm. Harry clutched his wand tightly, eyes shut against the blinding glow, but even with his lids clenched, the light pressed inward, filling his vision with flickers of memory. Hagrid on the night he brought him to Privet Drive, the Yule Ball, Dumbledore's fall from the astronomy tower, Voldemort's final scream. He staggered but did not fall. Somewhere beside him, Ron shouted, a fierce, wordless cry, and Hermione's voice followed, rising in incantation. She was shielding them, her magic battling against the invasive pull of the basin's surge. "Protego Maxima!" she cried, her voice taut with effort. A dome of shimmering golden light enveloped the three of them, blocking the worst of the magical torrent. Across the cavern the Ashbourne stood still, arms spread wide, his cloak whipped around him, though there was no wind, and from his chest emerged a tendril of silver vapor, which arced into the basin like a river returning to its source. "You cannot stop it," he said, his voice low and resonant. "The weight of memory is too great. I offer release." Harry took a step forward, teeth clenched. "You're stealing people's lives, their truth. They deserve to carry it, even the painful parts." The Ashbourne turned slowly, and beneath his hood, a pale face was just visible in the dim light. He looked young, perhaps no older than a recent Hogwarts graduate, but his eyes told another story. They were deep-set, dark, and hollow, as though they had watched centuries pass without blinking. There was something unnatural in them, a knowledge that had curdled into despair. "I was there," he said softly, "in the war before your war, not in books, in the shadows. I watched the world burn. I saw friends kill for vengeance, lovers betray for pride, children orphaned and hardened by grief. And when the fire died, they built statues of the dead, sang songs of sorrow, and called it history." He took a slow step forward, and the ground beneath his feet pulsed faintly with magic. Vowed then to make it end, not with more blood, but with forgetting. Ron, still shielding Hermione as she worked a fresh spell, glared at the figure. "You talk like you're doing everyone a favor, but you're just afraid of remembering what you lost." The Ashbourne's eyes did not flicker. "I remember too much," Hermione whispered urgently to Harry. "I think I can disrupt the basin's pull, but it's bound to him. If we break his connection even for a few seconds, I can disable it." Harry nodded, never taking his eyes off the Ashbourne. "How do we break the link?" "Force," she replied grimly. "Magical, focused, and direct. You'll have to hit him hard enough to jolt his channel." Ron stepped beside Harry. "We can do that." Harry raised his wand. "Now." With a cry of stupefy, he loosed a bolt of scarlet light across the chamber. Ron followed immediately with a blasting curse that struck the ground near the Ashbourne's feet, sending shards of obsidian skittering into the basin. The Ashbourne did not flinch, but the tendril of memory magic between him and the swirling silver pulsed, flickered for a heartbeat. Hermione thrust her wand forward, muttering a complicated incantation under her breath. A web of golden thread spun from her wand, snaking through the air toward the basin's edge. As they touched the surface, the liquid shuddered violently, and the chamber shook with a deep groaning sound, like a leviathan stirring from slumber. The Ashbourne turned, fury flashing in his hollow eyes. "You cannot destroy what is already forgotten." Harry stood his ground. "We remember, and we'll make sure others do too." The Ashbourne's wand flashed, and a stream of silver fire burst from its tip, spiraling toward them. Ron leapt forward, intercepting it with a shield charm, the blast sending him sprawling backward against the far wall. Hermione cried out, the strain of her magic visibly draining her strength. The basin thrashed, silver light shooting upward in twisting spirals as the memories within fought to remain bound. Harry pushed forward, ducking a second curse and casting a disarming charm with such force that it lit the air like lightning. The Ashbourne's wand flew from his hand, but he did not stop. Instead, he raised both arms, summoning the basin's power directly, and the room dimmed, the very light drawn into the vortex of memory at the chamber's center. The air grew thick, choking. The magic burned without flame, and Harry's mind reeled under the weight of 100 borrowed recollections, some his own, some belonging to people he had never met. A mother weeping over her child's grave, a man hiding under floorboards as his neighbors were cursed one by one, a child playing in a ruined garden before the war began. He forced them back one by one, using every ounce of willpower he had left. He focused on what he knew, Hermione's voice, Ron's stubborn courage, Ginny's laugh, the smell of treacle tart in the great hall, his life, not anyone else's. Then, in a final surge, Hermione completed her spell. The golden threads ignited with a blaze of pure light, and the basin cracked, a deep fracture running down its side. A sound like a scream echoed through the chamber, not from a throat, but from the very magic itself, as the collected memories burst forth in a storm of silver mist. The Ashbourne fell to his knees, clutching his head. The tendrils of magic that had bound him to the basin writhed like snakes before vanishing entirely, and the dark runes carved into the stone walls flickered once, twice, then faded. The chamber fell silent. The silver mist hung for a moment in the air, then began to drift upward, seeping through the cracks in the ceiling, dispersing like dawn fog after a long night. Hermione collapsed against the wall, her breathing shallow. Ron limped toward them, holding his ribs. Harry lowered his wand, staring at the cracked remains of the basin. "It's done," he said quietly. But even as he spoke, he felt a lingering presence in the air. Not malevolent, no longer dangerous, but ancient. The memories released had not vanished. They had merely returned to where they belonged. The Ashbourne knelt in the center of the chamber, dazed, his eyes no longer glowing. When he spoke again, it was in a voice stripped of power and fury, little more than a whisper. "What have I done?" Harry looked at him, and for a moment there was no hatred in his gaze, only weariness. "You tried to take away what makes us human. Pain, yes, but also truth. It's not your choice to make." The man bowed his head. "Then let me be forgotten." But Hermione, her voice hoarse, shook her head. "Not forgotten, just remembered rightly." They left him there, not in cruelty, but in quiet understanding. A message was sent to the Ministry, and a squad of Aurors arrived later that night to secure the chamber and retrieve the vials. The Ashbourne did not resist. The next morning, the skies over Hogwarts cleared for the first time in days. The mist lifted from the lake, the warmth returned to the stones, and in the corridors, laughter rose again. Not loud, not careless, but sincere. Memories once threatened had found their way home. It was nearly dawn when Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to the upper levels of the castle. Their footsteps echoed faintly through the empty corridors, the soft glow of torchlight flickering over tired faces and muddied robes. They had spoken little since leaving the chamber. A deep silence had settled among them, not born of tension, but of something else entirely, a kind of solemnity that came only after great magic had been undone. In the headmistress's office, Professor McGonagall stood waiting. Her robes were immaculate as always, but there was a drawn look around her eyes, and her mouth tightened slightly when she saw them. She did not speak immediately, simply gestured for them to sit, and conjured a teapot from mid-air, setting 3 cups before them. The aroma of strong black tea filled the room, and for a moment they were simply students again, tired, aching, and in desperate need of a pause. Harry recounted what had happened in the chamber, his voice steady, though occasionally interrupted by Ron's grim asides or Hermione's clarifications. McGonagall listened without interruption, her eyes sharp behind her square spectacles, and when at last Harry fell silent, she rose from behind her desk and walked slowly to the window. "So," she said at length, "the Ashbourne returns. I feared as much. There were whispers years ago, rumors in the wake of Grindelwald's defeat, a name spoken by unspeakables and recorded in no proper registry. I never believed it was anything more than myth." Her voice carried no trace of triumph at being proven right, only regret. Hermione said softly, "Not like Voldemort, but what he did, what he believed, was still dangerous. McGonagall nodded. Some of the darkest magic I have seen was born not of cruelty, but of conviction. She turned back to them, folding her hands behind her back. You've done the school a great service, though I am loath to say you have once again risked yourselves more than I would have allowed. Ron gave a weary shrug. We didn't exactly ask permission. McGonagall's lips twitched, and for the briefest moment her stern expression softened. No, you rarely do. An hour later they stood once more in the entrance hall. The early light of morning spilled through the tall windows, painting the flagstones with gold. Students were beginning to stir, their voices carrying faintly through the stairwells, unaware of how close the castle had come to losing its very memory. Do you think they'll ever know? Ron asked, glancing up toward the moving staircases. The others? About the Ashbourne, the potion, the basin? Hermione looked thoughtful. They'll know something. The official report will say a rogue enchantment was discovered and neutralized. The Ministry won't want the full truth made public. Harry nodded slowly. But some of them will remember. Bryony will. So will anyone who felt the magic stirring. And maybe that's enough. The memory's still here, in the stones, in us. For a while they said nothing, standing together in the light of the new day. Then, without a word, Harry turned and began walking toward the doors that led outside. The autumn air met them cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and old leaves. The lake shimmered faintly in the distance, and the forbidden forest stood quiet beneath the rising sun. They walked the grounds in silence for a time, until Hermione said, There's something we haven't talked about. The Ashbourne's pensieve. It was destroyed, yes, but the memories it held, where did they go? Harry considered this. They scattered. I saw them rise like mist. They weren't lost, but released. Ron glanced at him. Do you think they went back to the people who lost them? Some, maybe, Harry said, but not all. I think some of them are out there now, waiting to be remembered. Hermione's eyes were distant. The castle remembers. They stayed a little longer by the edge of the lake, the morning passing gently around them. The water lapped quietly at the shore, and for the first time in days, there was peace. Not just in the school, but in themselves. Later that afternoon, the Ministry arrived in full force. Aurors in dark cloaks swept through the dungeons, accompanied by unspeakables whose faces remained hidden and whose words were few. The chamber beneath the school was sealed with heavy enchantments, and the remaining contents catalogued and removed. The Ashbourne, silent and cooperative, was taken into custody without resistance. He neither spoke nor fought, though he watched Harry as he was led away, and in his gaze there lingered neither malice nor gratitude, only the heavy quiet of a man who had already parted from the world he once knew. The news that spread through the student body was deliberately vague. A magical anomaly had been discovered and contained. No one was in danger. Everything was under control. There were some questions, of course, especially among those who had been affected, but Professor McGonagall's authority was unshaken, and her calm presence was enough to quiet even the wildest speculation. In the days that followed, life resumed its familiar rhythm. Lessons continued, Quidditch practices resumed, and students returned to their ordinary concerns: exams, house points, friendships, rivalries. But a few, particularly those who had stood near the edge of forgetting, carried with them a subtle awareness that something had changed. A sharpness of memory, perhaps, or a dream they could not quite name. Bryony Whitethorn, who had once forgotten her own name, now walked the halls with more certainty in her step. her gaze no longer distant but filled with quiet determination. Hermione stayed behind a few days longer to assist in documenting the runes they had uncovered. Ron, after a short and vocal protest, joined her, grumbling about dust and parchment, but helping all the same. Harry, meanwhile, returned to the ministry, where a meeting with Kingsley Shacklebolt awaited. The minister listened patiently as Harry recounted everything once more, asking only a handful of quiet questions. When Harry finished, Kingsley leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "The Ashbourne," he said slowly. "I knew the name once. There was a file sealed by the Department of Mysteries decades ago. I suppose we'll be unsealing it now." "That wasn't evil," Harry said again, but he was wrong. Kingsley nodded. "It is a dangerous thing, Potter, to believe that pain has no place in our lives. We grow from it. Without it, we lose not only what hurt us, but what shaped us." Harry stood to leave, but Kingsley raised a hand. "One last thing. You did well. Hogwarts is safe. The students are safe. I suspect you three will never quite stop saving that school, no matter how old you get." Harry offered a small smile. "We always seem to find our way back," as he stepped out into the corridor beyond. The echo of his footsteps rang like the closing of a chapter, but he knew even then that the story was not finished. For the world of magic was deep and strange, and memory was not a straight road but a forest, winding and wild, where paths lost could always be found again, if one knew where to look. Autumn deepened its hold on the land, and as October gave way to November, a fresh chill began to creep into the corridors of Hogwarts. Fires were lit earlier in the common rooms, cloaks grew thicker, and the first hints of frost shimmered on the lawn each morning, turning the grounds into a silver tapestry beneath the rising sun. Though the danger had passed, Harry found himself returning often to thoughts of the Ashbourne and the strange magic that had lingered so long in the heart of the school. He had resumed his Auror training at the ministry, yet there was something unfinished stirring at the edge of his mind, an unease not born of fear, but of intuition. On one particularly still evening, when the streets of London were wet with drizzle and the lamplight shone golden against the cobbles, he paid a visit to the Department of Mystery. The unspeakables, as was their nature, said little. They wore robes of ink-dark black, faces concealed behind enchantments that blurred their features, and they moved with quiet purpose, as though they existed slightly outside of time. One of them, a tall, willowy figure known only as Darren, led Harry down through the spiraling depths of the department, deeper than even he had gone during his school years, past the familiar spinning corridor and the Hall of Prophecies, into a vault where time itself was quieted. Inside stood a single shelf, no taller than a man, lined with slender gray boxes bound with metal clasps. Each box bore a name, etched not in ink but in magic, visible only when touched. Darren gestured toward the middle of the shelf, then stepped away, vanishing into the shadows without a word. Harry reached out and touched the third box from the left. The name revealed itself instantly, Eliphas Vale, followed by a second less distinct Ashbourne, and a sigil he did not recognize, a symbol like an eye folded into a spiral. He opened the box carefully. Inside lay a thin bundle of parchment, aged and brittle, alongside a memory vial no larger than his little finger. The parchment was filled with notes written in a hurried hand, the ink smudged in places, and the first line chilled him. "If memory is a burden, then forgetting is the final mercy." The rest of the document was an account, incomplete and fragmented. It spoke of a young prodigy, a Slytherin of remarkable skill who vanished after leaving Hogwarts, obsessed not with domination or immortality like so many others, but with silence. Vale had studied in hidden libraries across the continent, seeking ways to erase suffering not by healing, but by severing memory at its root. He had been brilliant, idealistic, and dangerously persuasive. The final pages described an encounter in Albania, a failed attempt by two Aurors to apprehend him. Only one had returned, driven half-mad, unable to recall what had transpired. The report ended with a warning in red ink, stamped by the Ministry seal, subject to be treated with extreme caution. Do not engage directly. Destruction of records forbidden under Magical Ethics Charter 7A. Harry read the last line twice. It was not fear that stirred in him, but an old, familiar feeling. Responsibility. The Ashbourne's magic had been buried, yes, but not entirely undone. What had once stirred in secret beneath Hogwarts could stir again in other places through other hands. He returned the box to its place and left the vault, saying nothing to Darren, who simply nodded once before disappearing into the dark. Back at home, Grimmauld Place was quiet. The house had changed since the war, its shadows less menacing, its walls stripped of the worst traces of the Black family's dark past. Kreacher had passed on peacefully not long after the war, and though Harry missed him in an odd, complicated way, the house no longer bore the weight of old hatred. He sat that evening in the drawing room, parchment on his lap, quill in hand, trying to capture what he had read, but the words would not come. It was Hermione who finally broke the silence a few days later. She had returned from Hogwarts with several boxes of sealed vials sent by McGonagall to be stored safely in the Ministry archives. The memories that had been returned to their owners were accounted for, but a handful had no names, no owners, no way of being traced. "I think some of them might be ancient," she said, placing the vials carefully on the desk. "Not from this generation, possibly not even from this century." Harry picked up one, tilting it slightly. The silver thread inside swirled lazily, glinting faintly in the candlelight. "Do we view them?" "Not yet," Hermione replied. "We don't know what they contain. Some could be dangerous, but we need to try, eventually." Ron came in at that moment, clutching a half-eaten pasty and looking disgruntled. "The Ministry's still in a twist about what to do with the Ashbourne. Kingsley says they can't charge him with anything that sticks. No one died. No one remembers enough. It's like trying to sentence someone for a nightmare." Harry looked at the memory vial again. "He's still dangerous. Not in the same way as Voldemort, but dangerous all the same. If someone like that escaped the notice of the Ministry for decades, who else might be out there?" Ron sank into a chair. "I was really hoping we'd get a year without another secret chamber or cursed object." Hermione smiled faintly, though her expression remained troubled. "Magic that tampered with memory always leaves echoes. Even when the magic is gone, people sense that something is missing." Harry thought of Briony, of her eyes, searching corridors she couldn't name, and how she now stood taller, steadier, as though reclaiming even a part of herself had set something right. He knew then that this story, whatever it had started as, was no longer just about the Ashbourne. It was about every witch and wizard who had lost a piece of themselves and wondered if it would ever return. In the weeks that followed, the trio worked to catalog the unnamed memories, drawing upon every spell, every scrap of knowledge they had gathered over the years. Each vial was tested, examined, and, when deemed safe, viewed. Some revealed faces long forgotten, moments of love or terror or hope sealed away during dark times. A few showed glimpses of the First Wizarding War, or even older conflicts none of them had studied in school. There was sorrow in the work, but also healing, as fragments of lives were returned to the record of the world. One vial, however, remained untouched. It had no glow, no movement. The silver inside was inert, as though the memory had grown cold. Every spell they tried yielded nothing. No name, no trace of the owner, no echo to grasp. "This one's different," Hermione said one evening, setting it aside once more. "It doesn't behave like the others." Ron peered at it suspiciously. "Maybe it's a fake, or just empty." Harry said nothing. Deep inside, something about the vial unsettled him, not because of what it showed, but because of what it didn't. It felt like a locked door in a dream, one he knew he had passed before but couldn't remember opening. He decided not to view it yet, not until he was certain. Late that night, after the others had gone to bed, Harry sat again by the fire, the last embers flickering low in the grate. He held the silent vial in his hand, turning it slowly between his fingers. He did not know why, but he felt he had seen it before, somewhere, long ago. The fire crackled low in the hearth as the shadows danced across the drawing room of number 12 Grimold Place. The old house seemed to breathe softly around him, its silence no longer oppressive, but worn and settled, like an old wizard's cloak faded from years of use. Harry sat still in the deep armchair, the vial resting in his palm, its surface cool against his skin. The thread of memory within remained stubbornly still, devoid of the usual shimmer or pulse. He had seen hundreds of vials in his time, those that pulsed with anguish, that glowed with joy, that flickered like stormlight trapped in glass, but never one like this. He turned it over once more, watching for the faintest change, but the contents remained dormant. He brought his wand to it, murmuring a string of revealing spells Hermione had taught him, but the results were the same. No response, no trace of magical signature that could be identified. It was as though the memory inside had been sealed away not with spells, but with silence. Restless and unable to ignore the gnawing curiosity any longer, Harry stood and crossed to the cabinet where he kept the pensieve. It was a small one, nothing like Dumbledore's ornate basin, but it had served him well in recent years. Slowly, almost cautiously, he uncorked the vial and tipped it over the basin's silvery surface. Nothing happened at first. Then, with a whisper so faint it might have been imagined, the thread slid from the vial like a reluctant whisper of smoke and settled into the pensieve. Harry leaned forward and, without hesitation, plunged his face into the swirling silver. The sensation of falling was swift and familiar. The world spun away from him, and he felt his feet lift from the floor, the air rushing past as he tumbled into another's mind. The world snapped into place, sharp and sudden, and Harry found himself standing in a cold, torchlit corridor. It was a part of Hogwarts he knew at once, not the newer sections where students walked daily, but somewhere older, lower, where the stones were damp and the air smelled of mold and forgotten magic. The air shimmered faintly with enchantment, and on the wall to his left, Harry saw a carving, an old Slytherin sigil half hidden behind ivy that had somehow grown indoors. Footsteps echoed. A figure passed through the shadows, robed and hooded, walking with purpose down the corridor. Harry followed, though he knew the figure could not see him. The man paused before a blank stretch of wall and raised his hand. He did not use a wand. With a single touch of his palm, the stone shimmered and melted away, revealing a passage behind it, one that Harry had never seen before, even in all the years he had wandered the castle. The figure entered, and Harry followed close behind. The passage narrowed and twisted, sloping downward into the bedrock, until they reached a chamber that took his breath away. Unlike the Ashbourne's basin chamber, which had been stark and obsidian and cruel in its design, this place was warm with candlelight and filled with books. Ancient tomes were stacked haphazardly on every surface, desks, shelves, even the floor. A low fire burned in a hearth to one side, and the walls were inscribed with magical theories, diagrams, and rune sequences. This was not a place of forgetting. This had been a sanctuary of study. The hooded man lowered his cowl. Harry stepped closer. The man's face was pale and thin, his eyes sharp and clear. He was young, perhaps 17 or 18, but already bore the intensity of someone far older. His hair was black and neatly cut, and there was something strangely familiar about the shape of his mouth and the way his eyes narrowed as he read. Eliphas Vale. There was no doubt now. The Ashbourne as he had once been. Before the title, before the madness, the memory showed him not as a shadowy figure shrouded in cold philosophy, but as a brilliant student, full of ambition and questions. Vale moved to the desk and unfurled a parchment. On it was a diagram of the mind. Arcs and circles labeled with careful notations, sketches of runes designed to bind emotion, charm recollection, divide experience. Harry read quickly, realizing this was no mere schoolboy's musing. It was a theory of magical partitioning, the act of isolating painful memory so it could not affect the whole. Vale began to speak aloud, his voice steady, almost gentle. If pain is the anchor that holds memory fast, then release lies not in forgetting, but in learning to bear it without weight. Harry blinked. The words were not those of a fanatic. They were measured, thoughtful, even kind. This was a boy trying to understand grief, perhaps his own. The memory shifted. The candles burned lower, and the chamber changed subtly, as though weeks or months had passed. Vale now stood in the center of the room, facing a mirror, a tall, narrow glass pane edged in bronze. In its reflection, Harry saw not Vale but others, blurred, indistinct faces. Some wept, some shouted. One turned and walked away, whispered, "Not lost, only hidden." He raised his wand for the first time, and the mirror began to ripple. From its surface emerged a fine silver mist, drawn like breath from lungs. It swirled about him, then sank into a crystal vial on the table. He had made the first extraction. The scene darkened once more. The chamber began to empty. Books gone, parchments scattered, the fire cold. Vale sat alone in the center, the mirror shattered beside him, the silver mist coiling at his feet. He looked older now, though only a short time had passed. There were shadows beneath his eyes and a hollowness in his gaze. "I wanted to save them," he whispered to no one. But no one wanted to be saved. And then, suddenly, impossibly, he looked straight at Harry. "You remember, don't you?" he said softly. "You saw what I saw." Harry staggered backward. It couldn't be. No one in a memory could see the viewer. That was not how Pensieves worked. But Vale's eyes were locked with his, as though he had known all along that someone would one day return to this moment. "Tell them," Vale said, "tell them I began in mercy." The world dissolved. Harry jerked upright in the drawing room, heart racing, the fire long since gone to embers. The Pensieve shimmered faintly before him, and the vial, now empty, sat beside it. Outside, the first light of morning crept through the curtains, pale and uncertain. He sat in silence, trying to still the racing of his thoughts. Eliphas Vale had not been born as the Ashbourne. He had not set out to silence memory, but to ease pain. Somewhere along the line, the work had twisted, the mercy become a weapon. Harry knew now that the memory had not been lost or sealed by accident. It had been placed in the chamber deliberately, waiting for someone who would understand, not to forgive, but to remember. Later that day, he met Hermione and Ron in the Ministry's secure archives, where the remaining vials were being stored. "There's something we missed," Harry said quietly. "The Ashbourne wasn't always what he became. He left behind a warning, but also a hope. I think he wanted someone to see who he was before." Hermione's expression was grave. "Then he remembered too, in the end." Ron leaned on the table, brow furrowed. "What do we do with that?" "We record it," said Harry. "We make sure it's part of the truth, not just the end, but the beginning." And so they did. The memory of the Ashbourne was written not as a footnote to villainy, but as a full account of promise, of pain, and of the terrible cost of forgetting. For in a world filled with magic and history, the greatest act of courage, perhaps, was to remember what hurt and carry it still. Winter crept slowly into London, laying its quiet hand upon the rooftops and shrouding the city in pale fog. Snow had not yet come, but the days grew shorter and the wind sharper, threading its way through alleyways and down chimneys, stirring the old bones of the wizarding world into uneasy motion. At the Ministry of Magic, the flame-lit corridors buzzed with a nervous energy, not from fresh catastrophe, but from the quiet implications left in the wake of the Ashbourne's return. Though the official story had been carefully prepared, reduced to a few lines in the Daily Prophet beneath larger headlines, those who worked in the deeper halls of the ministry, unspeakables, archivists, magical historians, understood the truth. Memory, they now realized, could be stolen not only by wand or spell, but by intent, by someone who believed, truly and terribly, that the world would be better if it simply forgot. Harry, Ron, and Hermione met often in those weeks. The trio had never fully returned to ordinary life, not even when peace had seemed final. There was always something just beneath the surface, another thread to untangle, another truth to uncover. And now that Vale's story had surfaced, none of them could let it lie untouched. Their work had shifted from containment to comprehension. With the Ashbourne in ministry custody, his identity confirmed and his actions bound by law, the question remained: how had he survived all these years? What had sustained his magic? Who had helped him? "I don't think he did it alone," Hermione said one afternoon as they gathered once more in the ministry's archive vaults. She stood before a long table, her arms folded tightly, eyes scanning the rows of parchment they had copied from Vale's old notebooks. This kind of operation, maintaining a concealed chamber, preserving memory vials, brewing a potion like Lethebrew in an active school. It would have taken more than one wizard. Ron paced nearby, his boots scuffing the stone floor. "We've accounted for everyone on staff, even the ghosts. No one's acting suspiciously, no break-ins. No old names from the war suddenly showing up, and the households, bless them, would have noticed if a stranger had been lurking about." Harry frowned at one of the parchments, where Vale had once scribbled a phrase in fading ink: "No hand moves alone in the dark." The sentence struck him now not as a philosophical musing, but as a warning. Vale might have sealed himself away, yes, but someone had been watching. He turned to Hermione. "What if we're looking in the wrong direction? Not for accomplices now, but accomplices from before." She tilted her head. "You think someone helped him before he vanished, back when he was still at Hogwarts?" "It would explain how he escaped the first time," said Harry. "The memory I saw, He was young when he started. He hadn't turned yet. Someone must have seen what he was doing. Someone who didn't stop him. Hermione reached for her satchel and pulled out an aged copy of the Register of Hogwarts Graduates. There were very few students who shared his year. He would have been at Hogwarts during the early 1970s, same time as... Snape, Ron interrupted, stopping mid-step. And your parents. And Regulus Black, Harry finished. They stared at one another in silence. The names opened memories of their own. Faces glimpsed in photographs. Stories told in tense whispers during the darkest days of the war. Hermione flipped quickly through the register until she found the correct section. Eliphas Vale, Slytherin. Entered Hogwarts 1971. Same as your parents. No disciplinary record. High marks in charms and ancient runes. Disappeared after 7th year. No post-Hogwarts occupation listed. Ron peered over her shoulder. That's it? Not even a ministry trainee post? No shop work? No travel notes? Nothing, Hermione said, as if he simply... Harry stared down at the name, the neat ink of a long-past record, and felt the old weight of unfinished business settle on his shoulders once again. We need to go to Hogwarts. They sent word ahead, and 2 days later they stood once more at the castle gates. The snow had arrived at last, cloaking the grounds in thick white drifts. The lake was frozen, and the wind off the hills carried with it the scent of pine and smoke. Inside, the castle was warm and bright, garlands strung along the banisters, and students moved in clusters toward the great hall, where the first Yule feast of the season was being prepared. Professor McGonagall greeted them with her usual briskness, though her expression softened somewhat when she saw the seriousness in their faces. "Back so soon?" she asked, leading them up toward her office. And here I was, hoping the 3 of you might go a full year without uncovering something dreadful beneath my floors. Harry managed a faint smile. "We're not looking for chambers this time, Professor. Just answers." She poured them each a cup of tea, as she always did, then motioned to the fireplace, where the flames danced quietly. "What sort of answers?" Hermione explained their suspicion that Eliphas Vale may have had help, or at least influence, during his school years, that someone might have known of his experiments and done nothing, that the roots of what had occurred beneath the dungeons went deeper than a single man's obsession. McGonagall listened without interruption, her sharp eyes fixed on the fire. "I remember Vale," she said at last. "Quiet boy, brilliant, yes, but withdrawn. He kept mostly to himself. Slughorn admired his work in potion theory, though even he admitted Vale preferred solitude. He wasn't popular, not in the way your father was, Harry, but not disliked either." "Did he have close friends?" Harry asked. "Not that I recall," she replied, "but Slytherins can be difficult to read. They're loyal in strange ways. He may have had companions we never saw." Hermione glanced at the bookshelf. "Would we be able to look at his student records and anything unusual that may have been noted about him? Disciplinary actions, requests for restricted materials, time spent in the library?" McGonagall nodded. "I'll have Professor Vector assist you. She oversees the historical archives now." They spent the rest of the day in a dusty annex near the Arithmancy Tower, poring over files so old they crackled at the edges. Vale's records were minimal. His grades, his course schedule, a few essays preserved for their academic value. One note stood out. A permission slip for independent study, signed by a professor no longer living. Euphemia Olcott, once the Transfiguration mistress, long retired by the time Harry had arrived at the school. The note read simply, Student Vale to be granted access to Chamber 7 of the Eastern Wing for private magical research. No time limit specified. Headmaster Dippet has approved. Ron looked up. Eastern Wing? What's that? McGonagall, who had rejoined them with several volumes under her arm, sighed. That part of the castle was sealed decades ago. Magical damage from a failed summoning experiment in the 40s. No one's been allowed to enter since. Harry's heart quickened. Do you think the chamber's still there? If it is, McGonagall said, then it's buried under years of spell corruption and forgotten magic. But I suppose that's never stopped you before. The next morning, they made their way to the Eastern Wing. The air was different here, older, untouched. Dust hung like smoke in the shafts of light that filtered through narrow windows, and the floor creaked beneath their steps. Most of the doors were locked, rusted shut by enchantments or simply collapsed under age. But halfway down a long corridor, Hermione stopped. There, she said, pointing to a door with 7 brass hinges, its wood marked by deep gouges that shimmered faintly with residual magic. Chamber 7. They raised their wands, and slowly, carefully, they entered. The door to Chamber 7 groaned as it opened, a deep, resonant sound that echoed down the long, forgotten corridor like a warning stirred from sleep. The hinges resisted at first, creaking under years of neglect, but at last the ancient wood swung inward, revealing a room cloaked in dust and shadow. At first glance, it seemed little more than a disused classroom, its stone walls lined with crumbling shelves and broken stools, the floor littered with bits of parchment too decayed to read. The windows, narrow and high, were completely obscured by ivy and frost, letting in only the faintest gray light. Yet even before they stepped inside, all 3 could sense it. Magic, thick and low, lingering like the scent of a forgotten spell. Hermione entered first, her wand raised. Lumos. The tip glowed bright and white, revealing more of the chamber. Along one wall, a great tapestry hung askew, depicting the stars in alignment over an unfamiliar tower. Against the opposite wall stood a desk, splintered and sagging in the middle. Covered in dust but strangely undisturbed, Harry approached it with caution, brushing aside a few scattered quills and fragments of parchment until he uncovered a small box made of blackwood. The box was locked, though there was no keyhole, only a faint rune etched into the lid. Hermione bent over it at once. "It's sealed with a thought-bind charm," she murmured. "Only someone who knows the purpose of the object can open it." Ron groaned softly. "Right. So if we don't know what's inside, we can't find out what's inside." "Not necessarily," said Harry, remembering the words Vale had spoken in the Pensieve. He said he began in mercy. Maybe the box contains what came before all of this, the first step. He placed his hand lightly over the rune and closed his eyes, focusing on that thought. Not power, not silence, but mercy. A flicker of warmth stirred beneath his palm, and the box gave a soft click, then opened. Inside lay 3 objects: a silver chain with a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a rolled parchment tied with red thread, and a crystal phial no larger than a knuckle. The phial contained a single drop of memory, still and gleaming, and for a moment none of them spoke. Hermione reached for the parchment and untied it, her eyes scanning quickly across the page. "It's his writing," she said quietly. "A confession. No, more like a reflection. He was trying to understand what had happened to him." She read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. "I began with the best of intentions. I believed memory could be made lighter, that the burden of grief could be eased without deceit. I did not know how much of myself I would lose in the process. It is one thing to temper sorrow, another to unmake it, and in forgetting the pain, I forgot why it mattered. Harry felt a chill run through him. The words were not those of a zealot or a madman, but of someone who had stood too long in darkness and only now looked back to find the way behind him gone. He picked up the file and held it to the light. The single drop within swirled once, as if sensing the warmth of his touch. "We should view it," he said at last. "It could help explain everything." Back at the library annex, they set the file into the pensieve. The magic it released was different, gentler than what Harry had experienced before, like falling into a pool of calm water. The memory that unfolded was brief, but vivid. Eliphas Vale stood in a garden, a wide expanse of green behind a quiet country house. It was dusk, and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and amber. A woman stood before him, tall, graceful, with dark eyes that shone with quiet strength. She was older than him, though not by much, and her wand was tucked into the folds of her cloak, her hands clasped. "I can't do it," Vale said, his voice breaking. "They don't want help. They want to suffer. They cling to grief like it gives them purpose." The woman stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Because it does, Eliphas. Pain gives shape to memory. It tells us what matters. If you take that away, what's left?" He turned from her. "You don't understand." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said softly, "I loved someone, once. I lost him. The pain of it nearly destroyed me. But it also reminded me who I was and why he mattered. If I had forgotten, he'd be truly gone. Do you see?" Vale looked at her, his face full of something almost boyish. Fear, perhaps, or doubt. "I wanted to save them," he whispered. "You still can," she said, "but not like this." The memory ended there. They returned to the waking world in silence. Hermione wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve. She must have been the one person who tried to stop him. "Who was she?" Ron asked. Harry shook his head. She wasn't in any of the records. Maybe she wasn't part of the school. Maybe she was someone he met after, someone who tried to pull him back. They had found no name, no clue as to what had become of the woman. But they understood now that Vale's descent had not been a plunge, but a slow, sorrowful fall. A path shaped by loneliness, by grief unshared, by good intentions turned to ruin. They brought the memory to Kingsley, along with the parchment and the contents of the box. He listened, read, and at length closed the lid carefully. "I'll see that it's preserved properly," he said, "not buried, not erased, remembered." He looked at Harry then, his voice lower. "You've done something important here, not just stopped a spell or closed a chamber, but uncovered a truth that needed to be known." Harry nodded. "It's not the kind of victory you can celebrate, but it's the kind that matters." As they left the office, the snow outside fell gently, covering the city in a quiet blanket. The world had not changed overnight, but something in it had shifted, just a little. The memory of Eliphas Vale, the Ashbourne, would not vanish into silence. It would be part of history, recorded not just as a caution, but as a lesson. And in the days to come, when new shadows stirred and old questions rose again, there would be those who remembered what had once been forgotten. The snow deepened in the weeks that followed, blanketing both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds in stillness. The chill reached every window pane and cloaked the alleys of Diagon Alley in silence, muting the usual bustle of wand wavers and spell callers beneath a layer of white peace. In the Department of Mysteries, however, the silence was no longer so comfortable. The deeper vaults had been stirred, files unsealed, knowledge unburied, and among the unspeakables there was a quiet unease, a sense that the past, once thought safely bound, had shifted its weight in the dark. Harry found himself walking more often, especially at dusk when the streets were quietest. He walked not out of habit but out of thought, letting the rhythm of his steps guide his mind through the tangled web of memories they had uncovered. Though Vale had been contained, though the potion's reach had been halted and the school made safe, the truth lingered like an echo. Memory, once altered, left marks that did not fade quickly. At Grimmauld Place, Hermione had taken over one of the back rooms entirely, converting it into a makeshift archive. Books lay in ordered stacks, enchanted to sort themselves by topic and origin. She had taken to compiling a record, the Vale manuscript she called it, comprising everything they had found, seen, and recovered, not for ministry eyes alone, but for those who might one day seek to understand how close the world had come to forgetting itself. Ron, for his part, had resumed his Auror duties with grumbling determination, but even he, prone to brushing off dark thoughts with humor and biscuits, had grown quieter. Harry caught him one morning staring into the fire, holding one of the empty memory vials between two fingers, his expression unreadable. "Do you ever wonder," Ron had said then, not quite looking up, "what we'd be like if we could forget it all, everything from the war, the deaths, the nightmares?" He turned the vial once more, the firelight catching the glass. "Would it be better?" Harry had answered without pause. "No. We'd lose more than we know." Ron had nodded, tossed the vial back into the drawer, and said no more. It was the following week when the owl arrived. It came in the early hours of a quiet morning, its feathers streaked with frost, its eyes sharp with purpose. Harry had just returned from a meeting with Kingsley when the bird landed on the windowsill, tapped once against the glass, and extended its leg. The letter tied to it was sealed with dark green wax bearing no crest, only a symbol, a spiral enclosed within a triangle. Hermione, upon seeing it, grew pale at once. "I've seen this symbol before," she said. "It's from the archives of recollection. A private circle. They collect untraceable memory magic. Almost no one speaks of them, but they've been around for centuries." Harry broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. "To those who walk with memory," it began, a word of warning. What was unmade in the chamber below Hogwarts was not unique. Lethe does not flow in one place alone. Others have learned from Vale. Others still search for what he nearly achieved. The Ashbourne was not the first. He will not be the last. You have our attention. Tread carefully. There was no signature, no mark of sender or place. Just the wax seal and the faintest scent of lavender and iron. Hermione read the letter twice, then slowly folded it and set it on the table. This changes things." Ron, who had come down the stairs halfway through, raised an eyebrow. "You're saying there's more?" Hermione nodded. "Possibly a network, a group who've studied memory not as a healing tool, but as a weapon. And if they contacted us now, it means they either see us as a threat or an opportunity." Harry's jaw tightened. Either way, they know who we are. The trio sat in silence for a long while. Outside, the snow fell softly against the windows, the world muffled beneath its weight. But the hush no longer brought comfort. There was something stirring again beneath the surface, something older, perhaps more patient, but no less dangerous. "We have to go deeper," Hermione said at last, "into the archives, into the restricted vaults. There are records even the Ministry doesn't touch, rituals lost during the founding of Hogwarts, spells used during the Great Purges. If there's a trail Vale followed, it didn't begin with him. It might go back to the very roots of magical memory itself." Ron made a face. "Right. Ancient conspiracies, forbidden magic, shadowy letters. Just once I'd like to deal with something simple, like a cursed quill or a jinxed toilet." Harry rose and crossed to the fire. He stared into the flames for a moment, then looked back. "We find out who they are. We find out what they want. We end it before it begins again." The next morning, with permissions arranged and wards reinforced, they descended once more into the deepest levels of the Ministry. The Hall of Archives was not on any map. It lay beneath the Department of Mysteries, beneath even the great rotating chamber. It was guarded by 3 charms and a name no one spoke aloud. A silent, enchanted lift carried them down through solid earth, past barriers of protective magic so strong they made the air buzz. At last, the lift opened into a vast stone chamber, its walls carved with the names of those who had once safeguarded the oldest memories of the magical world. In the center stood a pedestal of black granite, and above it, suspended by no visible force, was a sphere of light no larger than a snitch. It spun slowly, casting ripples of pale blue across the walls. Hermione approached first, whispering a sequence of words in ancient runes. The sphere flared, then split apart, revealing a scroll that hovered in midair. Ron peered at the script. "That's not English." "It's written in Aramaic," Hermione said. "Very old magic. This is the Codex Lethium." Harry stepped forward. "What is it?" Hermione's voice dropped. "It's the original theory, the first record of memory extraction. According to legend, it was discovered in Babylon and passed through dozens of hands, each trying to control it, each failing. As she reached out to touch the scroll, the sphere flickered, and then, to their shock, a second scroll emerged behind it. This one bore a different mark entirely, the same spiral triangle seal from the owl's message. Ron let out a low breath. "They've been here." Hermione's hand hovered above the scroll. "No," she whispered, "they never left." A sudden noise echoed behind them, a creak, a breath. Harry turned at once, wand raised, heart racing. From the shadow beyond the pedestal, a figure stepped forward. He was robed, face obscured by a veil of smoke-like magic, but his voice was clear, deep, and calm. "You've come far," he said, "further than most. But memory is not a gift. It is a labyrinth, and you have only just stepped inside." The light in the chamber dimmed, the scrolls vanished, and the doors behind them sealed with a sound like the closing of history itself. For a breathless moment, none of them moved. The echo of the sealed doors faded into the deep hush of the vault, and the chamber fell utterly still. The sphere of light that had revealed the scrolls hovered once more at the heart of the room, its glow dimmer now, as though recoiling from the presence of the figure who had emerged from the shadow. The robed man stood unmoving, the veil of magic over his face stirring like mist in the wake of unseen wind. Harry raised his wand. "Who are you?" The man's voice was smooth and unhurried. "I am the one who remembers, the one who never forgets." Hermione stepped forward, her wand also drawn, though her eyes were fixed more on the floating scrolls that had vanished than on the stranger himself. "You used the symbol, the spiral in the triangle. You sent us the letter." "I did," the man replied, inclining his head ever so slightly. "And you came, as I knew you would. The Ashborn was a symptom, but not the first. You are right to seek the source. You are also right to fear it." Ron narrowed his eyes. "You're part of this group, aren't you? The Archives of Recollection?" The man turned toward him slowly. "We are not a group, Mr. Weasley. We are a current, a force beneath the surface. Some call us archivists, others relics, but names are for those who fear forgetting. We are simply the keepers of what was lost." Harry felt a chill creep up his spine. "You say you keep what was lost, but Vale's magic stole memories, twisted them. That isn't preservation, that's destruction." "Val was misguided," the man said without malice. "He sought to remove pain, but failed to understand its necessity. He was not the first to make such an error, nor, I think, will he be the last." "And why warn us?" Hermione asked. "Why contact us at all?" "Because you remember," the man said softly. "And that alone is dangerous." The words hung in the air like a curse. Harry felt the pressure of them, as though the very chamber pressed inward. "You know our names," Hermione said slowly, "our actions, but we know nothing of you, of your aims, of what you want." The man's voice darkened ever so slightly. "We want nothing, Miss Granger. We observe. We protect. Not people, not laws, but memory itself. The Ashborn disrupted balance. You corrected it. That alone makes you valuable. But also..." Harry kept his wand trained on the figure. "If you mean to threaten us..." "No," the man interrupted gently. "I mean to offer you a door." A pause followed. Then, with a slow wave of his hand, the floor beneath the floating sphere shimmered. The stone darkened, cracked, and drew inward, forming a spiral stair that descended into shadow. A cold draught rose from below, carrying with it the scent of parchment, stone, and something older, an ancient weight, like time itself bound in chains. "What's down there?" Ron asked warily. "Truth," the man replied. "Memory unshaped by history, knowledge kept alive only in silence. But truth, as you know, comes with cost." Hermione looked to Harry, her brow furrowed. "If we go, we may not be allowed to leave again." Harry stepped forward, his voice low. "If we don't go, we'll never understand what we've stopped, or how close we came to fail." The man gestured toward the stair. "You must go together, or not at all." They exchanged a glance, and in that glance was every step they had taken since their first crossing through the walls of Hogwarts. Every battle fought, every secret uncovered, every scar and joy and lesson learned. Harry nodded. "We go." They descended in silence. The stair twisted far longer than any should have, bending deeper than the ministry could possibly extend. The air grew colder, not from lack of heat, but from age. Soaked into the stone itself, as though the very passage of time clung to these walls. At last, they emerged into a vast, domed chamber, unlike anything they had seen before. The walls were smooth and circular, inscribed with spirals that shimmered faintly, as though etched not by hand, but by memory itself. The ceiling stretched impossibly high above them, a dome of polished obsidian, reflecting their figures like shadows on a dark lake. and at the center stood a pillar, its surface carved with runes so old even Hermione could not name them at first glance. Around the base of the pillar lay rows of silver phials, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, each nestled in velvet-like hollows, glowing with a faint inner light. But unlike the memories they had viewed before, these held no movement, no swirl. They were still, silent, yet somehow very much alive. Hermione approached one. These are memories, but they've been suspended. Harry looked around slowly. What is this place? The voice of the man followed them down, though he remained unseen. This is the archive beneath, the place where unclaimed memories rest, those without name, without owner, or those too dangerous to be remembered. Ron stared. How could you even know what they are if no one remembers? Because some things remember themselves, the voice replied. Pain, magic, betrayal. Moments so potent they burn their shape into the world. We gather them, we bind them, and we keep them from devouring the minds of those too fragile to bear them. Harry stepped slowly toward the pillar. And what would you have us do? Choose, came the answer. You have uncovered the edge of the maze. Beyond it lies knowledge forbidden for good reason, but also truths buried unjustly. You may walk away content that your role is complete, or you may open what was sealed and carry what others feared to know. Hermione's voice was firm. If we open it, can it be closed again? No, said the voice. Some doors once opened remain so forever. You will remember, always. A heavy silence fell. Then Harry stepped forward, placed his hand upon the pillar, and spoke the words he had heard once in the depths of the veil chamber. To forget is to be free, but we choose to remember. The runes blazed. The room shuddered, the memories stirred. From the pillar a stream of light rose, weaving into the air above them. Images burst into life, glimpses of long-lost moments, of wars never recorded, of spells cast in desperation and sacrifice. They saw wizards kneeling in ash, children weeping in cities of fire, voices calling out names no longer spoken, but also laughter, defiance, kindness amid ruin. The memories were not all dark. They were simply true. And at the heart of it all, they saw a door. Simple, wooden, marked only by a single rune. Harry reached for it. The memory answered. The truth began. The door opened without a sound, not with a creak, not with a groan, but with the soft finality of something meant to be unsealed. The moment Harry stepped through, the world around him shifted. The chamber of memory, the gleaming pillar, the circling vaults of forgotten thought, all fell away like parchment caught in wind. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, slowly, the light returned. He stood in a long corridor paved in worn stone and lit by torches that burned without flame. The air was thick with enchantment, though no magic he had ever felt before. This was older, deeper, the kind of spell woven not by wands but by will. Behind him he sensed Hermione and Ron enter as well. Their footsteps were careful, measured, and quiet, though no one had spoken since the threshold was crossed. They walked forward together, past archways of carved marble and niches filled with statues. Figures draped in robes, some faceless, others too lifelike, eyes fixed on some distant pain. Between the arches hung tapestries not of wool or silk, but of light and shadow, threads of memory frozen mid-measure. In one, a young witch shielded a wounded brother during the goblin rebellions. In another, a muggle-born child sat alone as their name was struck from a family tree. They moved silently past 100 such scenes, each memory caught in a web of magic and regret. Hermione's voice, when it finally came, was barely audible. This place, it's a record of memory before language. Memory that lives without being told. Ron swallowed. How can anyone carry this much? Harry did not answer, for he too felt the weight pressing against his thoughts. Each step felt heavier now, not from fear, but from knowledge, that everything they had seen before had been only surface. Here they were walking among the roots of the world's forgotten truths. At the far end of the corridor stood a final door, smaller than the first. Simple oak bound with iron, its handle worn smooth by hands long vanished. No lock, no seal, only a name carved across its face. Leith. They exchanged no words. There was no need. Harry reached out and opened it. Inside, the room was circular, its walls lined with mirrors. Each one reflected not the room itself, but memories. Not memories of the world, but of the self. In the nearest mirror, Harry saw himself, not as he was now, but younger, smaller, pale, with the wide eyes of a boy locked beneath stairs. Another showed him older, wand in hand, raising it against a faceless foe. Another still showed him with Ginny, with their children, smiling in a future yet to unfold. Hermione gasped softly. Her own reflections were playing out beside his, her younger self, alone in the Hogwarts Express, reading her spellbook, then standing firm during the Battle of Hogwarts, hexes flying around her, then older, robed, perhaps at the Ministry, speaking before a crowd of unseen faces. Ron turned slowly, watching himself argue with Fred and George, then charge into battle alongside Neville, then stand alone on a hilltop, clutching a letter. These aren't just memories, Hermione whispered. They're choices, moments where we became who we are. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single vial. This vial was unlike the others they had seen. Black glass, shot through with silver veins, its contents not glowing, but pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat. Harry stepped closer. Inscribed around the vial were words in a language none of them spoke, but somehow understood. This is the memory of unmaking, the moment all could be undone or begun anew. Hermione stepped forward. It's a crossroads. Not just for us, for everyone who's ever remembered something painful and asked to forget. Ron eyed it warily. So, what happens if we take it? Harry stared at the vial, the pulse within echoing softly through the chamber. We don't, he said at last. That's what Vale did. That's what all of this was about. He tried to take pain away, tried to cleanse the past by stealing it. But the past isn't a stain, it's a shadow. We walk with it, not under it. Hermione nodded slowly. We can't destroy memory just because it hurts. Ron reached out and with great care placed the vial back into a carved recess at the base of the pedestal. And at once the chamber grew warmer. The mirrors stilled. The torches brightened. The pulse of the vial slowed and faded to stillness. Above them, the ceiling shimmered. A starless sky stretched overhead, and within it moved whispers of light, fragments of lives, truths, memories, not dangerous now, not forgotten, simply waiting, held gently in the vault of the archive. The door behind them opened. The voice they had heard above spoke once more, no longer shadowed, but clear. You have chosen to remember. Then go forth and carry it well. They returned in silence, up the spiral stairs, through the hall of archives, past the unspeakables who watched but did not question, and at last back into the morning light of London, where the snow had turned to rain and the streets glistened like silver threads across the waking world. Weeks passed. Winter yielded slowly to spring. The Ashbourne remained in ministry custody, quiet and resigned, his memories intact now, his thoughts less a tangle of ideology and more a man beginning again. Occasionally Harry visited him, not as a guard but as a witness. They spoke little, and when they did, the words were plain. Nothing of great philosophy, only talk of gardens, of books, of whether memory was kinder when shared. Hermione's manuscript was published under the department's seal, its final chapter bearing no conclusion, only a promise that memory, held in truth, is the strongest kind of magic. Ron took to training the next wave of Aurors, ensuring they knew not only how to fight, but how to remember why they must. And Harry, when asked at last what he had seen in the chamber below the ministry, gave only this answer: "I saw the cost of forgetting, and I chose to remember." And so it was that the potion of forgetfulness became a story told not to frighten, but to guide. A story of magic lost and reclaimed, of mercy and mistake, of silence and memory. A story that, like all the best stories, ended not in finality, but in the living act of being passed on. And somewhere in the quiet halls of Hogwarts, where the stone remembers every footstep, the wind carries a whisper still. We remember.